We just getting started. Should probably schedule these things, but my schedule is so all over the place. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Shout out to G Tribe. Checking in. Do I have 2 of these open? Or just one? It's so weird. Alright, alright. Let me get my project started here. These are just test recordings. I don't really need these. I think they're mostly test recordings. Free up some space. Alright, hey guys. Yeah, last time we were working on Chainsaw Man. And one of the big things here, with Chainsaw Man is to get his chainsaw going. Let me just double check here. Did I shut down OBS in the process of doing this? No, it's still there. See, there is 2 instances of OBS. I don't know why it's not showing it. So weird. Oh, here it is. So this one's streaming. Sorry, I don't know why this is open twice. So, okay, this is streaming. Okay, here we go. So yeah, let me get back into it here, and we'll start working on the Chainsaw Man. So first, I'll just pull up my my ref board. All right. Yeah. So for things like this, we could do it in different programs if we wanted to. I mean, me personally, I'm not 100% with doing it in ZBrush, Hardsurface stuff. I'm more of a Max user, and even that's kind of been a minute for me. So I don't know. Let's try ZBrush one more time. Try the Z modeler one more time. I really didn't even get far last time at all, so sky's kind of the limit on this. Just want to make sure I'm not coming in too loud. It's not all the way up. Okay. I'm gonna see if these are some of my other projects that I was working on. I could show you real quick, but he ain't done yet. All right, let's see here. First, you can see the orientation is messed up on this. So if you turn on your floor, click in perspective here, you see how the guy's facing this way, but my thing's kind of facing upwards. So we realistically want it to be the same as the way he's facing. So we have to we should be able to just probably put this all in the folder. Chainsaw parts, I don't know. But yeah, we should be able to just put this all in the folder. And to put in folder, you can just drag and drop in there. Anything not in a folder is, you know, it's going to be like offset, right? So indent it. If it's indented, it's in the folder, but if it's offset, it's not in the folder. I think I got everything in the folder. And then what we can do is I think it's transpose set, but I'm not sure. I'm going to try transpose set. And basically what we want to do is we want to move, we're moving all these subtools together. So every different piece of geometry in here is a subtool. This is a subtool, this is its own subtool. And we have it in a folder right now. I clicked this gear icon and that allowed me, you know, to be able to move it. So if you hold shift, you can snap in increments. See that? It's like 90 degrees, but if I let go, you get like 78.6 and it's not very helpful. So what I'm doing is I'm just lining this up with the guy's head to 180 degrees. All right. And if I turn on my floor, I could see where this is in space. I mean, you know, if I wanted to, I could probably line this up. I don't think it's really necessary, but yeah. You also have this pizza box. We call it the pizza box. So if you just want to transform one item, you can. But if you click this and you get that pizza box looking thing, you can move all items or all subtools. And if you want to change your subtool, you can click Alt and you can click the change. If you Alt click, you can change your subtool and you can move it by itself. So, you know, if I want to stretch this out, kind of push this down here, yeah, I can do that. So a lot of helpful things. So probably should talk about transformations real quick, but your transformations are up here. You have W, E, and R. E and R is the keyboard shortcut. So I press W, I'm in move mode. I press E, I'm in scale mode, and I press R, I'm in rotate mode. The Gizmo 3D has it all in one, so it's kind of obsolete in a sense. But yeah, you can see I could just move this anywhere I want. If you just hover over it with your mouse, and when you get to this red, when it turns red like that, I can move it in this axis. Okay. And here I can move in the Y axis. Oops. If you get something like this, this means you have your symmetry on. So if you press X and you do it again, you can see that I can move this properly. So symmetry allows you to pull on both sides. So because I was pulling on one side, it's trying to pull on the other side, so it's like pulling it apart. You know, basically. This little square here allows you to scale up and down just by dragging your mouse. You just left click, drag your mouse up and down. Some of these operations, I guess you can say, it's easier to do when you're when you're using your mouse. When you're sculpting organic, if you're sculpting skin, you're going to want to use your tablet. Now my tablet's actually backwards right now. It always does this. Really hate that it does this all the time to me, but yeah, this is what my tablet looks like. So I am using the XP pen. You can use a Wacom. Wacoms are really good. You know, XP pen uses Windows Ink. It's a little different. Still, you know, I'm still experimenting with it. It's good though. You know, it's no Wacom though, but it's still good. So I need to rotate this. I think Is it 0 degrees? Yeah, 0 degrees. So this is kind of my orientation. I'm left-handed, so this is my orientation. And I usually turn off all these other things like this roller. I honestly disable all this stuff because I'm always pressing it on accident. So, but there's a lot of different shortcuts that you can set on this, which is cool. So you see I got K1, K2. You know, I'm not really I don't usually use that personally. I use the keyboard, but because I do want to eventually get like a what is that one that has like a certain number of keys on? I think Razer makes it or something, where you can just use it with one hand. So you could just set your keys that way. I'm probably gonna do something like that. Then I won't have to worry about using actual keyboard for these kind of things. All right, so that's that. So yeah, Alt, click, Alt, click, Alt, click. That's how we can make our selection. And to rotate, we just drag anywhere. So if you're using your tablet, you drag anywhere. You can just go like that. And if you hold Alt and you let go, well, if you hold Alt and you go like this, you can on the tablet and move around without letting your pen not touch the tablet. I guess you could say by drawing on the tablet, it does this. But if you keep your pen on the surface of your tablet and you let go of Alt, you get zoom in and zoom out. There's also these, and honestly, I actually use this a lot too. I'm guilty of using this, you know, but yeah, you can just do it from here too. This is move, scale, rotate, but this is camera. This is camera, okay? This up here is not camera. This will actually change your position of your mesh, right? So if I do a move up here, I'm moving stuff, right? Versus if I did a move down here, I'm not. I'm just moving my camera. All right, so it's important to know the difference between the two. All right, cool. So yeah, let's get working on this here. Let me pull up my reference here. And if you double click, you can just kind of zoom in on your reference. So I was liking what's going on with this. So this is the kind of ones I'm going to go with, and I was going to probably do like a curved tube, you know, for this kind of area. I'll make this skin kind of on another layer, you know, things like that. So it's probably good to have something underlying to kind of keep you grounded, I guess you could say. So and even though you have it, it doesn't mean you're going to use it, right? You just kind of use it for reference. So let me show you what I mean by that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click append. Append just means like, hey, ZBrush, I want to add something new to my scene, right? So we're going to click append, and I'm going to just choose this. Let's just choose the Spear 3D, I guess. Yeah, why not? So by default, when you bring something new into, you know, ZBrush, I was going to put it smack dab in the middle of your scene. As you can see, I have my grid on. Oh, you know what? And we didn't even go over angles and stuff like that. So it's important to note, if you go into draw, if you're using ZBrush, I think 2021 or above, there's actually a thing here where you can set the focal distance to 50. I usually work in 50 as the field of view. You know, you don't have to, but you know, and then you can change it to anything you want here. This is how the camera is, so it's going to distort it. You know, so I usually keep it at 50. 50 is kind of that sweet spot. For me, at least. And then if you bring in other programs, it should look good. Okay? So just keep it at 50. Also, you see this gradient here? Like, if you don't want this gradient, you don't have to have it there. This is just a default thing that it does, basically. So what you can do to get rid of that gradient is, I think it's under, I should know this. It's under, it's called range. Oh, here it is, range. So if you bring that to 0, you see what happens here? I can actually get rid of that gradient, right? You could also choose a background color. So if I wanted to, I could choose, I could actually work like, you know, if I want to go crazy, I can work on a green or pink or whatever. But you know, usually I don't know how to reset that. But yeah, usually what we work with is let me get back to something good. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So usually what we work with is kind of a gray color, like kind of a neutral color, so you don't get distracted. If you press V on your keyboard, you can see a silhouette of stuff. Silhouette's very helpful because if the silhouette looks like crap, then you know it's not going to look good, basically. So press V. You can turn V on and off, and you can see this is moving here. When I'm doing that, it's your secondary color. So V on and off. And in V, you can move it. You can still move it and stuff. So it just kind of helps you see. All right, cool. So let's so yeah, why did I bring this in, right? You're probably wondering, why did I bring this in? Well, what I want to do is I want to sculpt. I'm going to press X to turn back on my symmetry. See that little dot there? If I press X, I'm pulling on the one side. So we'll press X. We'll turn back on our symmetry here. So this is using the standard brush here. I'm going to actually if you go here, you could actually add like an interface at the bottom. So if I click a few times, you know, I'll get some brushes. I'll get some brushes here, and these brushes will kind of do the job for you for the most part. You know, when you're kind of starting out, you just kind of use the move brush. So I could actually go solo on this too, if I wanted to. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to move these things and smooth them out. And I'm just trying to get like an overall arch, like an overall feel. I know it's going to be mechanical, but I think it's important to follow through. Oops. I think it's important to follow through. So, you know, if we were kind of, you know, doing this kind of deal, just make it like one solid mass, and we can use it as like a reference, like a point of reference, you know. It doesn't need to be perfect either, but if you turn on not solo, but if you turn on transparency mode, so if I turn on transparency mode and kind of take a look at this, I can see my mesh underneath it. So I can kind of line, I guess you know, I can basically kind of line things up a little bit. I know this part here is going to be all exposed, and then you're going to see his teeth and stuff. So we can just take our move brush and pull back. Just pull back. Oops. And again, if you hold shift, I am using my tablet this time. If you hold shift, you see Z intensity is at 100. So if I go and I smooth this out at 100, oops. I hate that. I get those sticky keys sometimes. I gotta get rid of that thing. But yeah, if I smooth that out at 100, it does that. If you don't want 100, you can just turn it down to get a little bit more control on your smooth. So, you know, that's up to you how you want to handle that, but oops. I always click the Windows button instead of the what is it, control or whatever, so sorry about that. And this is kind of like our guideline. This is going to be kind of like our guide mesh, basically. That's the only purpose this thing is going to serve. So I'm not really worried about it so much, but I feel it's important to have. Working on the neck here. This is like it's way too big, so we're going to bring that in. So we're working on the neck. basically. Try to figure this out here. And then you can see the mesh looks kind of crazy. So I mean, if I press this, or you could do Shift F on your keyboard. Shift F turns this on and off. You can see it's all stretched out. There's a few ways to fix that. One is you can just do a Dynamesh, and that'll kind of like even it out. You could also do I'll show you how both real quick works, but if you go Dynamesh right here, also these things open and close, but if you hold Shift and you click one and then you go click another one, I think it's Shift. Hold on, let me think. Maybe it's Control. Is it Control? Let me see. I don't remember. I think it's Alt actually. I can't remember. Or Control Shift maybe. Yeah, one of these makes it open and close, but I can't remember. I probably should know this, but I feel like it was Alt, but maybe not. There's a way to stop it from auto collapsing. Anyway, it's not too important right now. I think it is Shift though, but I don't know. Maybe it's not. Anyway, you can open and close these just by clicking on them. And then there is a way to keep these open when you do click on them, but I'll have to find out what that is because it's been a minute. So what we're worried about right now, I want this open. See, it looks like it did stay open that time. Okay, so it is Shift. So Shift click will kind of keep these open. All right. So you're mostly going to be working in these two, which is subtool and geometry. Subtool is like, as you can see, is how we kind of layer our subtools in here. You can delete subtools, you can duplicate them. You can add new subtools by clicking the append button. You can do remesh. I haven't shown you that. You can do an extraction. Haven't shown you that. There's a few different things. You can merge subtool. That means you can merge all these to just be on one subtool. And there's pros and cons to that. So anyway, here's the Dynamesh. So Dynamesh, if you just click it, you can see what it just did something here, right? So it just basically kind of evened out everything. It evened out my mesh. And then what you can just do, if it looks rough, you can just smooth it out, you know. Kind of smooth it out like that. You'll get a nice smooth surface. This way you're not looking at jaggedy geometry. Yeah, so this is just this will just be our, what do they call it? Our reference. This is going to be our reference mesh. Okay. Yeah. So it's kind of like his neck muscle. I can use the bracket keys next to the letter P to go bigger and smaller with my brush. I can also just click this to go bigger and smaller. I can also click my pen tool on the surface, but I don't think that's working here with this one. But usually you can click on the surface with your pen tool, and then you can pull up a menu and do it. Also, if this is going too slow for you, you know, zooming in and out by brackets, you can go to there's so much stuff in this program. I think it's is it minimal stroke display? No, it's in this miscellaneous yeah, miscellaneous utilities. Here's your brush increment. So under Z plugin miscellaneous utilities, if I kind of increase this to 15, I can go up and down a little faster, which may be what you want, you know. So a few different options there. And yeah, I think one of the most important things about sculpting, you know, in general, is just really just to take your time. Rushed work really looks like rushed work at the end of the day. I mean, it's just probably the same with any any medium really, right? You gotta take your time, because if you don't, it's gonna look rushed. So yeah, take your time. Who cares how long it took you to do? Unless you're on like a deadline and then you're crunching to get it done. But I'm doing this for me. So honestly, I don't care. Yeah, to be honest with you, I really don't. If it takes me a long time to do, it takes me a long time to do. In fact, I'm hoping it does take me a long time to do, in a sense, because yeah, it's going to come out that much better. This project could be like my comeback project. All right, so I'm going to separate this. It's like the neck muscle, and the neck muscle runs behind the ear. He doesn't have an ear. Can just pull these back and relax them. See that? Just pull them back a little bit. Relax them. All this, I mean, you know, all this other stuff not really too important right now. So let's see here. All right. I think, and what's important too is just to make sure this is rounded off. And this is basically, you know, where his neck, where his neck becomes kind of the rest of his body. We do kind of need to think about that too, like, you know, the rest of his body, like how it's going to be. I think that it's important to do that. Let me just double check something real quick. All right. I think like I'm not so concerned with the rest of his body yet. You know, we'll get there. And because he's mechanical up here, I can make the mechanical portion one, you know, kind of area, and his skin would be another area, like his torso. So I would probably actually undo this, and I would just keep it like this. And I could kind of show you what I had in mind. Let me just show you here. Kind of looks like a dinosaur. And again, this is just for our reference, you know. So I'm just trying to see, is there a way I can just... Do I have to put this in here? Maybe. We could turn this on and off too, by the way, so I could, you know, if I wanted to. You could solo things out. So we could work like this. Now, I want to make sure, is it ghost or is it transparency? But I'm not even in solo mode, so I don't know why it's doing that. We could probably just take it out of here if it's being a pain in the butt. I'm probably just going to take it out, to be honest. So let me just see here. We're going to take it out of the folder, because I only really put it in the folder originally just to line it up. Why is it? It's so weird. I don't know why it's doing. why it's not showing everything else. And I think, oh, you know what? It's because this has, I had the thing on that. Okay. I'm just going to keep that off. I'll just turn it on when I need it. I don't really need it right now. It's probably going to change a little bit. All right, so let's get going on this. Let's do it. Let's figure this out here. These were kind of like, I don't know, placeholder. I'm not like convinced with how they look. Not 100% happy with them. And I wonder like how. That's another thing too. Like how hardcore are we gonna go with these pieces? But the more functionality and believability, the better. You know, the better results. So let me see if we can do anything with this piece here. Also, you see how I'm kind of like I'm trying to zoom in, but it's like jumping. So if you just click it like once, you can zoom in that way. And then if you press F, you can frame it. So I see I press F, and now it's kind of in the frame of the shot. Okay, so you can see it a lot easier now. So perspective, you turn perspective off when you're working in geometric kind of pieces like this. Might make it a little easier to work with. Now press B and then Z and then M. You can use Z Modeler, or you can just go here and go to Z Modeler or BZM. And then when you're using the Z Modeler, I kind of touched on this briefly last time, but basically when you use the Z Modeler, by default, oops, it was saving the project. By default, you kind of get something like this. Let me just turn off this floor so you can see what's going on here. Okay, so let me undo that. So yeah, so by default, when you use the Z Modeler and you hover, okay, on a poly, which is this square, and vertice is a little dot, and this line is an edge, and that's what makes up geometry. Okay. And I think like if you've done traditional modeling, I think it would make more sense. If you haven't used a program, you know, to model before, like 3ds Max, this will probably seem weird to you. I mean, this is its own thing still. So you can see what's happening here. If I pull out and then I push back, and I keep pushing back, it's actually snapping, right? So what QMesh is doing is it's actually snapping geometry to each other. Okay, I didn't want to do that yet, but yeah, it's snapping. Let me Control Z that. I think maybe if I showed you here, that kind of snapped on itself. So there's going to be times where you want it to snap. You know, there's going to be times where maybe, hey, I do want this, you know. I want it to collapse. Like what it's basically doing is it's taking these 2 points and it's merging them together. See that? So maybe that's something you want to do. Oops. I was on the edge, that's why I did that. So if you're on this and you do this, right? You know, maybe that's something you want to do, right? To kind of give this variation. You could do it. Oops. Did I add an edge? I think I added an edge to it. Maybe I already had an edge. Let me undo. Oh, okay, I see what it did. It added the edge. Okay. All right. So what I'm doing, by the way, I probably didn't talk about it, and I probably should. Doing stuff like this better with a mouse. You have more control. So you can just left click where it says QMesh poly and drag down until it snaps. Drag down and snap. All right, so you get kind of that. So how does this look, right? How would this look if we were to give it like a hard surface? And I'll show you that right now. So if we use dynamic subdivision, which is non-destructive, and we just click dynamic, this is how it looks. So this is what we get. And look, it's the motor, and the motor's manufacturer is the Umbrella Corporation. But yeah, this is the kind of result that we would get. And this may or may not be, you know, what you want. You may want something different. You know, you may want sharper edges. All different stuff. If you click apply, then it's going to apply it. But if you don't click apply, you're good. You could also do, in order for, things are soft unless they have an edge loop, a loop, right? So you see these edges, like if you push this edge here, and then you put another edge. So what I'm doing is I'm clicking and dragging with my mouse, and I'm on an edge, and I'm just sliding the edge. I'm dragging it with my mouse on the surface. Also, another thing that I didn't mention is if I want to affect all these, instead of doing all these separately, I can do radial symmetry. So transform. Also, if you click this power button, it'll throw it in there for you. And you can see I have activate symmetry. I'm at X, Y. I have X, Y, and Z. And there's R for radial symmetry. So if I click R, let me just zoom out so I could see what's going on here. If I click R, I'm not getting anything yet. So let me try something here. If I click Y, let me see here. If I go, it's not doing it really here. Let me see. I'm getting too many points. I think if I do local, let me see if I do local symmetry. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out here. Okay, there it goes. So you can see because I have symmetry on, radial symmetry, see what it's doing? Now it's putting a line everywhere, right? So if I put this line here, it's putting it here, it's putting it here, it's putting it here. Right, which may be what you want, may not. So the count is another important thing. So right now my radial count is at 8. I'm trying to manipulate 4, not 8. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So there's 8 pieces here. I want to manipulate 4, so I'm going to just click here, and I'm going to just press 4 and press enter on my keyboard because, you know, it's probably the easiest way to do it. And now, looks like we're still getting that mesh there. So let me just see here. Mirror symmetry, radial count. You know, it's something you got to kind of play around with. But let me see if I can get this edge here and do an edge loop. I don't want to do an edge loop that way. I want to highlight on this edge and do an edge loop here. There we go. So now I'm getting what I want. Okay, and this is what I wanted. I wanted to do this on all 4 of these, right? So it did it on all 4 of these, which is awesome. And now I'm just going to wait till I highlight on that white there and then drag up and bam, I have another edge loop. Okay. And these are called edge loops because it loops around the edge. This is, in geometry, this is what holds your mesh to be hard surface. You know, otherwise it's going to be otherwise it's going to be soft, right? So we could just go back to dynamic subdivision just from what we just did alone right now. If we turn on dynamic now, you see how it stands out a lot more. Before it was very soft, but now it's hard. right? So that's what we want. That's what we want, you know, stuff like that. But again, there's going to be times where you want hard, and there's going to be times when you want soft, and the mixture of both kind of makes it realistic, you know. Also, we're doing it here. It's not doing it here. Just so you know, I'm doing it here, but it's not it didn't do that here. So if we go back to this side, you can see how this looks. We go this side, you can see how that looks. And maybe it's a small difference. I don't know if it really would show on the stream so much. There is a difference though. Hold on one second. Let me just see here. I apologize if anybody is talking or anything on the stream, or asking questions, because I'm bad at like paying attention to that sometimes. So hopefully the stream's coming in good for everybody. It says excellent condition, so hopefully, or connection. So hopefully it's good. Also, yeah, I think this is kind of cool to show too, which is basically like you know, if you have dynamic on, you can actually you see what I just did? I could just pull out shapes while I'm in dynamic. I can still pull out shapes. Now, it's kind of hard to see what's going on sometimes, so you might want to turn this on the poly frame, because then you can actually see what's happening. All right, so okay. And this looks kind of cool. I don't know, maybe we'll do something different on the other side. But I wonder how we can, like, what if we can push this a little bit different? So what if I kind of drag this out and make this collapse? Or maybe you scale it down. I think you could scale it down. Maybe not. There is a way to scale it down, I think. Probably the move tool. Let me see. Where is the move at? Oh, here's a good this is going to happen sometimes for you, so you got to learn how to deal with this. So I clicked move, and you can see like my gizmo is all the way up here, but my mesh is all the way down here. That's not going to fly, right? When you want to make changes and stuff. So what you need to do is first you have to unlock it by clicking this icon. Now it's unlocked. Now what I could do is I could just manually move this where I want it to be. But what's more accurate would be to, I think, go to access. No, so go to access isn't the way. So it's definitely go to unmasked mesh center. So it's going to put it dead smack in the center of my mesh. So now if I press F, now we're cooking, right? And then you can just lock this again so that you don't mess it up. This is your pivot point too, like if you were doing animation or something. But you can't really do animation as program. You do something called blend shapes. But now if I go here, I do have other options too. I can add something called deformers. And I'll show you what deformers can do right now. And maybe we want a bevel deformer. Sorry, unmasked part does not fit the current symmetry. Please turn off symmetry. Yeah, I think you gotta turn off symmetry by hitting X maybe. And let me try again. Let me see if I do bevel. Okay. So basically what happens with these kind of things is you see how it kind of puts it in a box. So if I was to kind of, it's applying a bevel to like everything basically. And these three cones do something different. And it may be, you know, it may be what you want, may not. So you gotta experiment. Not a lot of control with that, right? Because it's an application. It kind of applies it to everything. And let me just show you that. So I'm literally grabbing these cones and dragging up and down, and that's how they work. So you see that right there? So if you zoom in, you can see what it's doing. It's adding more geometry, like tight lines, to give it a bevel. And a bevel just means like it's not 90-degree angle. Well, it means more than that, but yeah, it kind of like it's an angled edge. I think is the best way to think of it as. So now if we look at this, you could see the line here. I think if I just add another subdivision level. So if you press this, this adds more subdivision. See that? And you can clearly see what's going on a little better. So again, I mean, this may be something you may want or may not want. And what you can do is you can accept it, reset, or delete. So I can just choose delete, and that'll get rid of that. So nothing actually happened because I hit delete. I didn't accept the change. It wasn't what I wanted. I'll show you a few others. There's something called bend arc. So bend arc, real quick. You know, it kind of has cones all over the place. To be honest, I don't know like all these cones do. I usually just come in here and I'm like, oh, here's the one I want, you know. And that's kind of how it is for me and with these cones. I really wish they put names or something, or you know, it's really hard to differentiate what these cones are, to be honest. If ZBrush was a game, it would fail for not telling the gamer what to do. So you can see we kind of like, you know, do some mashed up stuff here, which could be cool, you know. But I think, you know, like as I'm still working on this, I'm not going to do that right now. So I just hit delete on that. That'll bring it back to normal. And yeah, there's a few different ones in here. Twist is cool. Twist is, you know, what you think it is. It's going to twist your mesh. So if you want a hurricane or something. And this could give a cool style. You know, maybe if you use it sparingly, like you just twist it a little bit, you know, it's kind of like bam in your face, kind of pops out at you. So if you press Control Z, you can undo, of course. And this will twist on this axis. So these twist on the different axes. And you know, honestly, this kind of looks cool for this. This twist is good for this could be good for like tire tread or something. But I mean, you know, not just that. I kind of like that though. It's kind of cool. I don't, you know, the whole thing is I don't want to affect everything. But this is definitely giving some cool results here. I just don't want to affect everything. And I'm not sure how to prevent it from affecting everything, to be honest. I'll have to look into that. Like, how do we not affect the whole thing? If I wanted to do a twist on just this area, I'm thinking you have to mask it out. I'm thinking if you mask it out, then that'll do it. But I could even test that theory. To mask is control. Hold control. Oh, you know what? I could probably hide. I wonder if I hide it. I'm gonna try it real quick. So I'm holding Control Shift and Alt, and I'm holding Control Shift and Alt, and I drag with my mouse. Now I'm holding Control Shift and Alt, and I'm dragging with my mouse again, and I'm left with something like this. I'm holding Control Shift and Alt again. And I want to see. Now, Control Shift and all, you saw I got that red. So the red temporarily hides it. It doesn't like permanently hide it. It's hiding it for now. I want to see if I do the twist. The mesh is partially hitting, so it's not going to let me do it. So I think if I hit Control and on this, and I mask this off by hitting, so I click Control and I just click here, and this is masked, so I can't affect this right now. Now I'm going to hit Control Shift and click, and this will bring this back. But because I masked this, that's the problem. So I'm doing Control Shift Alt, Control Shift Alt, to do that, Control Shift, bring it back. Now I'm going to do Control and click to reverse the mask. So now this will only be affected. I think this might work. I don't know. We're going to try it out and see if it works. So we're going to do a twist. Let's do the twist. Oh, that's kind of cool. So yeah, this could kind of work, you know, and then it's not affecting this. I kind of like that, you know. I like that the other area is not getting affected. But I think no, they're both okay. So they're both kind of doing their thing here. What's this one? Let me see. So maybe if I just do this a little bit here and a little bit here. Oops. Let me see something here. We don't want to do that. Then we do accept. Let's see how that looks. No, I don't like. I mean, don't like the way that looks. I think what we could do. Oops. I think what we could do is we can grab all these and move them together, maybe. But we need to turn on radial symmetry. So click X, turn your radial symmetry on. And there's a ton of pieces here. So you can see right now, it's kind of only grabbing these ones. All right. So it's kind of do something like this. It kind of looks like a missile maybe. But what we want to do is to go to back to symmetry, and we're going to try to crank this up a little bit, maybe 8. So it's grabbing more, still not grabbing all. Yeah, see, you got to find that sweet spot, like the sweet number. Wonder if 12 is it. And then there's times where it doesn't do anything, which is weird. I'm not sure why. That's too much there. Why? See, the y-axis is like going this way, like whoops, you know. But we want to go this way, so that's why we're on the x-axis, which is this. But you want to turn off the y and x at the same time, because that's going to look crazy. And then you got your z-axis. And you can see how this thing can start looking crazy sometimes. You know, another thing we could do is we can hold Alt and we can just drag with our mouse. Can manually click these. This is called a temporary polygroup, by the way. And I didn't talk about polygroups, but you see how these are all different colors. So if I wanted to do something by polygroup, you know, if I want to make a change on the blue polygroup, it'll only make the change on the blue polygroup versus making a change on the whole mesh. So that's another thing that you can do. Whole bunch of options. Did I get them all? I think I got them all. All right, let me see what I can do here. I think maybe if I move it, Okay, no, I don't want to do that. That's fine. Let's go back here. So I know this will pull these out. If you press spacebar, you get a menu. Right now we're set on a single poly. What does that mean? That means it's seeing, you know, well, in this case it's not, but a single poly is one poly. All polygons is everything, right? So boom, if you want to make a change to everything, it's all polygons. If you want to make a change to a single polygon, it's just one of these usually, but because I have this paint it white temporarily, it's trying to do it all. So we got what is this one? Inset. Mask. Spin edges. Not sure what spin edges does. Not sure what that does. But it's doing something. So, oh, spin. Maybe spin is what we want. Yeah. I think spin is what we want. So spin will kind of spin these around, but you could see the problem is that we're just grabbing the top faces, not these faces. So the spin is kind of like, you know, it's not going to work good, right? We got to make sure it's grabbing the rest too. So that's not going to work for that. If we turn off the dynamic subdivision, we can see better what's going on. So I'll just take it off because kind of in the way right now. And then we can alt drag to paint these. I'm pretty sure there's a faster way to do this, and I'll have to figure it out, to be honest. Let's see here. Also, I'm noticing some of these have edges and some of them don't. Not ideal, but not a deal breaker. Man, you know what I did? Looks like I just clicked and it got rid of that when I did that. Okay. If you make a mistake, just hold Alt and drag over again, and it'll get rid of the temporary if you don't want the white on that. So yeah, this is all about making a selection. This is how you make a selection. There's other ways to make a selection. This isn't the only way. And this is a bit of a manual way. Oops, I keep deleting the edges. I don't know if you've seen that, but I deleted the edges. And oh my god, there's so many of these. So in 3ds Max, you could just click grow, and it'll grow your selection. I don't know if ZBrush has something similar to grow. I don't think they do. Ah, man, I didn't want to do that. Let me just see what time it is here. 12 o'clock already. Time go by quick, I'll tell you. Yeah, things are definitely working a lot faster. I'll tell you that since I cleaned my computer today. It was going way too slow. I had way too many programs installed. And honestly, I am an application hoarder. I am guilty of that, so I will admit that. But I mean, you know, when you have an application you just never open, maybe you've installed it and you just never opened it since you've installed it, then you definitely got to get rid of it. If you don't plan on using it, it just doesn't make much sense to keep. So let me see if I spin this. I'm gonna take off symmetry. Or is symmetry on now? I don't even know. This spin is kind of iffy. You can't really spin it too much. Maybe just do it a little bit. Probably the other thing too is probably should be some edges. And I think maybe that would like. Let me see what's something real quick. So you can see spin is not really the best option here. It's not enough. I think that, you know, I really think it's just not enough mesh. I would have to add more edges for this to work, probably. Let me see what's going on here. It's fine though. How do I just clear out? I don't even know how to clear them out. Also, if you do something on another mesh like this, and you have like a white, and you have a white temporary mesh, it's going to do this plus this. So because I have these as white, it's going to spin both. It's going to spin this and this. So I think that's, you know, important to know here. I'm not about undoing all these, man. Let's see. I wonder if there's an easier way to. There has to be like an easier way to undo these temporary selections. Oh, you know, I think maybe like polygroup or auto groups. If you go to polygroup menu, which is right here, polygroups, and you hold shift, you can keep it open. You do auto groups. And now everything's just the same polygroup. But there's other options too. Merge similar groups. Regroup by edges. So this is kind of looking at the edge and saying, hey, you know, these edges seem similar. We're going to group them together. So there's a few, you know, there's a few different ones you can do in here. You can probably just do auto group for now. And you can keep clicking auto group if you don't like the color. And the color, it's not, it's only for selection. It's not, it has nothing to do with like when you render this out. Like that doesn't mean my motor is going to be green. My motor's gray right now. So it has no material applied to it. It's just gray. If I wanted to apply material, I could go here and I could click maybe a blend shader, or maybe like a reflective shader. It's kind of a metal look. Or there is actually one called metal, like metallic. Right, so that might, you know, metal one might be a little better. And it could probably bring it down, or maybe even that's a little bit of blue to it. So, and then if you kind of click this button here, it'll show you how it looks. Sorry, I'm just double checking something on my phone here. Alright, let's see here. So yeah, we kind of got this going on now because I changed the material, which is the appearance. So that actually did change it. Now if I click dynamic again, this is what we got, right? This is what we got going on right now. All right, and then if I click this BPR button here, it's going to render it out, and it's going to actually give it a little shadow and make it look a little more realistic for me. So this is what we have. If I take solo off and I take off transparency, you'll actually notice that this don't even have the same, right? If I was to go like, oops, if I was to pick this. Sorry, you know what? I didn't put poly paint on this. This just did a flat color. Let me fix that real quick. So what you could do too is you can go material, and I could click this, and I could say, hey, you know, I want this to be that metal material too. But I'm probably doing it wrong, so it's been a minute. So let me just scratch that. But you can just alt click, and then you can choose a different material. You can choose a different material for each one. You could see like when I'm changing the color, I'm getting they're both, it looks like they're both the same color, right? They're not really, the color's not even actually applied. So if I did want to apply like a blue, like a light blue, if I want to apply, or maybe a dark, maybe if I want to apply that there, I could just make sure I'm in RGB. We could do MRGB. It's going to apply color and material. If you only do RGB, it only applies the color. If you do only M, it only applies the material. I'll do MRGB, and then what you do is you go to color, and you say fill object. So I want to, it's telling you, hey ZBrush, I want to fill this object with the material I have selected, but also the color I have selected. So I'm going to click fill object. Okay, now if I go back to this object here, and let's say I kind of bump this up, you see how now they're different. They're different colors. So now if I go back and I go to fill object, now that's applied to there. Okay, now these pulleys, right? What I could do, you know, I could make this something different too, right? I'm not sure what would look good. Maybe this black here might look good. I don't know. So I chose this matte cap gorilla. And I don't want to do like pure black, but maybe something light like that. Now I'll just do color, fill object. So now this is filled with an object, or a color and an object. See that? So they're both different. The only thing that's not filled is these things. So let me just see, what is his chainsaw thing? It looks like red. All right, so this is supposed to be like a red color. So we're still working on this, but we can still assign material and colors right now. So I just click here, and maybe we'll have a shiny material. But this is gold, so gold's not going to cut it for us here. So I can try to find something really shiny. Chrome is going to be too shiny for this. So usually I think maybe reflective paint. Let me see. Also, there's different materials here. You got materials here and materials here. So matte cap materials, you can't control the lighting on them. Okay, but all these materials you can control the lighting on them. Okay, So this has lighting information baked into the material, but these don't. But the ones at the bottom don't. Oops. But these don't. Yeah, I don't know what color make this right now. I know it's going to be like a red. And that may be what we want, may not be what we want. So I just click this and alt click, and I'll just oops, and as I'm alt clicking, it's doing that. Okay. Take this off. I could also just select it from here. Don't forget, you can just select something from here and say, hey, you know what, I want this to be red. Also, let me just turn on dynamic and see how it looks. Let's bump that up a little bit. Why is it being like that? Not sure why it's doing that. That's fine. I could just click. If I click Control D a few times, I get something like that. Now, this actually, it's the textured metal effect. I think that's throwing things off. This might be a little smoother. Let me see something here. The geometry is too spaced out. That's why. Even doing like that, it's going to take a little bit of time just to like smooth it out properly. It's not a deal breaker, but yeah. So I'm just trying to assign like a red color to this. Kind of like this red. Maybe bump it up a little bit. It's too bright. I'm gonna run with this for now. I don't want to get caught up on it, you know. So we'll do both for the both pieces. We'll just fill it for now. Oops, I don't want to do that. Did not want to do that. Oops. If you get something like this, just hit Control N. Oops. And you just drag back out. And then you can go back into edit mode. A lot of people get messed up in ZBrush, you know, with stuff like that. So I'm gonna show you what I just did real quick. Should probably be a good time to save. Okay, so if we do save as, it's saving the tool, but it's not going to save the color information. What's going to save the color information for this project is actually saving the document. So I'm going to save this document like that. Now we're good. Oops. If you hold, is it shift click? I don't even remember, but just Control N if you get something like that, and it'll go back to just one. You could do something called a snapshot, which I think that's what it was doing. So a snapshot is basically, oops. If you kind of want to, you'd be like, hey, you know, here's my work, and then you do Shift S. I think it's Shift S, but don't quote me on it. Oops. Probably not. I don't remember. Oh, now it wants to do it. It's this. Shift S. Yeah, so Shift S and then you can move it. Um, and maybe, I want to show people, hey, hey, this is the thing I'm working on, and this is, all right, so Shift S. So I could just keep doing Shift S and then just keep using the camera move, and I can zoom this out and say, hey, here's what the top looks like. If I wanted to show it to somebody, or, like a presentation, hit Control N to clear all that craziness, and you're back to the original mesh. Alright, let me just check the stream here. Oh, hey, what's up, Andre? How you doing, man? No, I'm not 3D printing. I'm doing Chainsaw Man, like an anime, but I basically like make my own. This dude, the Chainsaw Man, but I'm making my own version of him. So I'm just working on this. So I made a couple different versions. So I'm kind of making it more like a realistic, like this kind of motor going on, like a pulley system here. So I was doing something like that. This could be 3D printed though. It's a good question. However, when you do a 3D print, you have to set up your, you have to set up your work for 3D print. This could be a 3D print though, but yeah, you gotta prep your file in order to 3D print it. And ZBrush does have, some options like 3D print hub here, where you can kind of like, size things up here with the width and the height. You can export it out to a 3D printer. So you do have options there, but your mesh itself, you have to like hollow it out, because like right now, it's not hollowed out, because you'll waste money on material when you go to 3D print it if it's not hollowed out. If it's just one thick piece, you don't need this to be a whole, like you don't need this to all be filled in solid. You just need enough thickness in order to kind of, in order to do like a 3D print. So I could show you a quick example, but I think if I was to append like a cube, for example, right? Actually, I don't think I want this cube, but let me see here. I think if I just do edge and do by front, I think it's facing front. Is it facing front all? I'm trying to see what it's doing to change to. And we choose what? Delete. I only deleted one. But yeah, you want to make sure like it's hollowed out like this. Like you see how you can see through it, it's hollowed out. So like inside of it, and then you would just give this some thickness. So I'll show you. You know what? Let me just do this real quick. Alright, so you can see, you can kind of see through this now. Now I'm going to do all polygons, and then what I'll do is I'm going to do QMesh. So this doesn't have no thickness, so this can't be 3D printed as is. But if you were to add thickness to it, I'll show you. I don't know why it's not working. It's still on delete, that's why. I'm not sure why it's on delete. Okay. And do all polygons. So you see now how it has thickness, right? So you have to have a little bit of thickness in order to 3D print. So it would be something like this, but if you were to 3D print a box, right? I think it's a kind of a simple example. You see how this has that thickness around it? But inside it's hollow. So I guess that's what I'm trying to tell you. But yeah, that's how you would set up for like a 3D print something. Yeah, so let me delete that. All right, cool. So let me get back to working on this junk. And again, if we ain't happy with any of these pieces, we can literally just create a new piece, line it up with this piece, and then delete this old piece. So, you know, usually it's kind of like the blockout stage, I guess you can call it. I'm going to try to do some other ish real quick. Just looking at my ref. We had another cool piece I want to try to create, which is well, you know what? Let's shape this up. Let's try to shape this up, man. Let me see what we can do for this. Oh, I'm trying to think. I think we could probably start with a box. I don't know. Maybe a box, or maybe we just keep this piece. The more geometry you have, by the way, it's the harder it is to work with it when you're doing like a hard surface kind of thing. What we could do is we can go in 3ds Max, bring out the big guns, and what I could do is actually make some of the pieces in 3ds Max instead. Like maybe this piece I'll make in 3ds Max, because I can always bring it in afterwards. And yeah, Max always takes a second to load. We gonna get there though. That's my Houdini's acting up. That's fine. The joys of 3D, always something not working. It happens. So 3ds Max takes a little time to kind of load up, but once you see this grid here, you're good. So real quick in 3ds Max, you have your different views. So in ZBrush, we usually work in this view, but you kind of have a left view, a top view, and a right view. If I do Alt, I think it's Alt W. If I do Alt W, I can switch to that view. If I click here and do Alt W, I can switch to my front view. If I do Alt W, I switch here, Alt W, Alt W, Alt W, Alt W, Alt W. So yeah, let's try to work on this piece here. And to be honest, I feel like I have more control, you know, in Max than ZBrush when it comes to hard surface. So, you know, for this we can just draw something out. and hit Alt Q, Alt W. Alt Q actually, I think it does isolates it. So moving around in Max is a little different. So if you hold Alt and you middle mouse click, you can kind of, you know, zoom up and down. All right. So we click W, we can move it up and down. Oops. And if I click E, I click the different button. So I'm just gonna try to go back here. I'll go back. I click this button here to go back. If I click E, I'm gonna get the rotate tool. So remember in ZBrush we kind of had everything at once, and then if I click R, you get the scale, which is weird, right? But yeah, that's the way it works. WER. So a lot of programs kind of use that same WER methodology. And then we can click and drag and move on its axis. To get this box dead center in the middle, what we can do is right here, these little, this is your X, Y, and Z coordinates, like where you are in your grid. So this is your grid, right? So you just got to click, you just got to right click the double arrow, and then right click the double arrow. Now I'm dead center in the middle of my grid. See that? Dead center, which is beautiful. You always want to be dead center in your grid, basically. So when you first create something in Max, you know, you can just click this plus, and I'm creating a box under standard primitive objects, and you can't really do anything with it right now. Also, you click F3, you can kind of see through the box. F3, see through the box. F4, you can see the edges. So if you can't see the edges really good, you can click M, which will bring up your material. And me personally, I use compact view. So I'm gonna go compact material editor. And I'm old school, so I use this view. So you can just grab this and drag it, and it's going to make it that color. And then what I usually do is I add a little specular. Specular is like the shininess of an object, you know. And then right here you have ambient and diffuse. So diffuse is basically your color. So I might want to just bring that down a little bit, and then I can really clearly see those edges, right? I'll just click X. I'll close this out because I don't really need it open anymore. So if I go to highlight something, now I can clearly see like where the edges are. All right. So if I go here, I can just click, and you see what it does? It adds an edge. All right. So it kind of added an edge around it as a length segment. If I do a height segment, it's going to add it this way. If I do a width segment, it's going to add it this way. All right. So you might want to just cut up your cube a little bit to start off with. I think this is good. This is a good starting point. So in order to manipulate this, I can't do anything right now. I can't grab pieces like I can, you know, or any polys and move stuff. So I have to literally right click, convert to editable poly. And this tells 3ds Max, like, you see this? I want to be able to do stuff with it, basically. When you're doing when you're trying to manipulate it, you want to be in different views. Different views will make it easier to work with. So right now we're in perspective view. Perspective's not the best view to work with, you know, for your box. Sometimes you might want to be in this view, which is your front view. This is the top view, and this is the left view. Okay. So again, I could just Alt W that. So let me show you an example real quick. So if I was to, I just click one. So right here's your selections. So 1 is vertex, 2 is edge on your keyboard, 3 is border, 4 is polygon, and 5 is your element. Element means everything. So vertices we saw in ZBrush is the dot, but we didn't really do much with the dot. So what is the dot, right? So the dot basically allows you to do like an action like this. Okay, see how fast I can make changes with this? So that's what that is. Okay. Edge is literally like the edge, right? So, hey, if I want to just move this edge, bam, I move this edge. Okay. A border is like the whole. We can't select the border. There's no border to select. If this was open, we could select the border. So I'm kind of jumped through here, but I'm gonna click polygon, and I'm gonna click. I'm gonna hold Control to click multiple times. I'm gonna click the delete key on my keyboard, and then I'll go back to border, and I'll click this, and now you can see I can select this whole border. You see that there? So now I could just select that and just use this. If I hold shift and I select the border, I can pull out another piece. See that? Hold shift, select the border, pull out another piece. Okay? So that's another thing you can do. You can also do something called a cap. So if you want to close this out, you can just click cap. But you can see how it looks, right? It don't look too good. So I don't want to get ahead, but you could do like an inset. I think it might be good. Probably not an inset. But yeah, there's other things you can do to kind of fix that. Probably an inset, but I don't see that option. It's probably something I'm doing. Oh, you know what you can do? You can WER. So you can go to R and hold shift and then pull in. So I'm clicking here with my mouse and I'm dragging, I'm holding shift and I'm pulling in. So you can do something like this. Then you can do a cap, and then you could do a collapse if you wanted to. If you click collapse, it kind of collapses it like that. Then you can actually go ahead and just click edge, and I think it's control delete, or is it backspace? Click backspace and you get rid of those. Bam. And now you're kind of back to what you had. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on. All right, I'm back here. let's get into this here. Cool, so, alright, so I'm going to work on this right now. And I'll just tell you what I'm doing as I go by. I think it'll kind of make it a little easier. Alright, so basically what we want to do is shape this out. I mean, that's the very first thing we want to do is shape out, you know, whatever we're trying to create. And you don't have to worry about it, like it's not looking good or something yet, because it's early. You can always change it later. All I'm doing is just dragging. I'm in vertice mode, and I'm literally just grabbing these vertices, but I'm grabbing it here because if you grab it here, if you drag it here, sometimes you will miss them because you're in perspective. Sometimes you'll miss them over here because you're in perspective mode. So you want to be mindful of that. So I'm dragging them, and bam, and kind of moving them around. And we have something like this, and then you can press 2, and then you can go ahead and I'm working on the overall shape first and foremost. So let's just go in Alt W. We could just work in this mode. So what we want to do is we want to do a connect. So I'll just click connect. What connect does is it adds an edge. It adds it all the way around. I'll click 1 on my keyboard. I'm going to use my keyboard shortcuts, and now I can go ahead and, you know, I can move this. All right. That would kind of look cool. Let me just think about this here. I actually want to add an edge here as well. Oops. I'm not in edge mode anymore. Press 2, drag it. Now I'm in edge mode. Now add another edge, connect. And you can see, like, you know, things will get messed up sometimes. I mean, you go back, you press 1, you go back. You know, you can just manually just grab these things and line them back up. The more edges you have, the more you can actually make a shape that you're trying to make. You know what I mean? But again, you want to work low. You only want enough for the shape that you want to make, basically. You don't want more. You don't want to have more than you need, I think is what I'm trying to tell you. The more you have, the harder it is to work with. The more geometry you have. So early on, you don't want to have more. You want to have just enough. You can also drag like a whole bunch of them at once. We can drag all these at once. Pull them down, reshape them. Let me see here. We use another edge. I put another edge here. Basically trying to put edges between vertices. Actually, put an edge here. I'm gonna click. I think if I click V, you know, I don't have my keyboard shortcut set up here. I'll have to import that in. You can make your own keyboard shortcuts. I'm not going to go into it like in detail, but basically if you go to customize, and I think if you go to customize user interface, it's one of these here. But there's a way to actually, you know, set up your set that up in there. Yeah, it's in here. It's keyboard, so I could always load in my keyboard shortcuts later. Having keyboard shortcuts is important. I want to show you guys another cool trick. So first, now to get out of, if I wanted to get out of this, what you have to do is you have to click. You have to click here basically, and this, now you're out of it. Now it's kind of highlighted, right? And this is kind of how it looks now. So if I press Alt W, I go in this mode. This is how it looks currently. Now we only worked on one mode. We only worked in one view, right? Which was the side view, kind of getting the profile. But you gotta work all the views. So this would probably be like the next view to work. So if I go here in this view, first just make sure you click your mesh and click 1, and it'll jump you into your mesh, okay? And then basically you can just start kind of pulling these in. I'm not pulling the right direction, sorry. I'm trying to pull this in, so. You could control and drag and select both of them, and then go to Y, which is R. Hit the R key, and then when you're in the Y, you can pull it down like this. Okay. So I kind of want it to be like it's wider here, but then as we get down, it gets a little tighter. I think that might work cooler. I don't know. Or maybe the opposite. I'm still trying to think about it. This middle point too. I'll press W to go back to that, and I'll kind of give this a point here like that. I'll pull this back a little bit. Okay. And something like that. And I'll show you how this looks. Alright, so this is what we have so far. Also, I'm still in vertice mode, so if I click here, click editable poly, I'll jump out. I just gotta click it once. There it goes. You could tell that right now, you see my pivot, it's not aligned. There's a way to fix the pivot, and I think it's either modify, or actually I think it's is it hierarchy? Here, if you go to hierarchy, you could do effect pivot only, and you can manually move this up if you wanted to. But I think we could also center the object. If I do center the object, kind of center it to the object there. Okay. Now the pivot's there. And then if we want, we can go ahead and do the X, Y, and Z. And this aligns it back where we kind of started from. See that there? All right, so now it's time to start. We're going to use something called Turbo Smooth. So what I do is I'll just click this modifier list, and you're going to be a whole bunch of options here, but you press T, it'll jump you down to the T, and just click Turbo Smooth. And now we can see how this will look when it smooths out, which is kind of like what we were doing in ZBrush, right? When we were doing the other, and this is non-destructive too, because it's actually, there's a modifier layer. So because it's a modifier, it's not baked down to the mesh. You could do if you did a collapse all, it'll bake it down, but we work non-destructively, and because we're working non-destructively, we can keep it like this. We can add another subdivision to smooth that out a little bit, and this is kind of pretty much what we have right now with this top portion. And it's not 100% what I was looking for, but I think it's good so far. It needs work. So what we can do is we can click this button called Show End Result, and we can see what the end result is without actually being on the Turbo Smooth layer of this mesh. And now if we go inside this mesh, this cage, right? This cage is the actual geometry. This orange cage is our geometry. And then this is our Turbo Smooth. This is what it looks like when it gets smoothed out, if that makes sense. Let's see here. Cool, let's keep going here. I'm going to show you guys some other stuff here. So what I like to use is the Swift loop. So there's this thing called a ribbon. This is why I said keyboard shortcuts. Is because there's options all over the place, man. It really is. It's all over the place. So by default, you know, when you're in Mac, you'll get this. But if you click this little button here, it's called a ribbon. What it's going to do is going to pop open this area here up top where you get even more options to do stuff. So if we were to do a Swift loop, and I was to kind of take this loop and maybe place it here, you see what it just did? It made this a little sharper here. See that? Right? So that may or may not be what you want. See, that just sharpened that there. Maybe the bottom might want to be sharp at the bottom. So you have some options to kind of control that a little bit better. And like I said, like adding these support edges allows you to get a sharper kind of deal going on here. All right. Want the back to hold the shape a little better. I'm going to add an edge loop here. Now that's holding the shape a little better. And again, if we kind of just if we go just the Turbo Smooth, you see what it did there? It's like it's just it's sharp, you know. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna actually take off. I'm gonna take off show end result, and I'm gonna look at my mesh. And right now it's kind of a mess. So I'm gonna undo the edges. And oops, what I want to do. Take this off. I want to be able to manually look at the edges and be able to choose where I want to add my own edges for this. But I think too it's important to note that you don't have to do. You want to do this probably a little later in the game, where you're adding these edges, because you are adding more geometry. So you want to make sure you got your shape kind of 100% the way you want it first, I would say. Let's work on the piece in the middle where the chainsaw will come out of his head, which would be like right here. So I think if we go click edge, we get an edge here. You know, we got to choose. We got to choose where we want it to be. So we can. I think we can kind of do it here. It's all different stuff you can do. I think if we do a connect, if you click this button here, you're going to get settings for your connect instead. So if I want to, this thing's being a little weird. Hold on. I think we want a chamfer maybe. Yeah, that's what we want. We want to do a chamfer. So if you click this chamfer and you click this button here, you're gonna get a slew of options. But basically what we want to do is we want to add that area where the chainsaw is actually going to come out at. So in order to do that, I'm basically going to kind of open this up here. And I don't know how big a chainsaw is going to be, but I would assume it's going to be kind of a little big, kind of the center of attention. So I don't really need to mess with all these settings here. I just need that, and then I'll click this check button here. Now I have this new geometry here that I can manipulate, right? So now if I go to this polygon thing here, and I hold control and then I click, and I click here, I could delete that, and I'm trying to see if that's the best idea. And let me just look at how the chainsaw guy usually is. Usually comes out, but it stops, right? It actually stops at a point. No, on his head, he has it where it comes down all the way. So we could delete this. We could actually delete this. Also, I think it's important to mention right now that we got an issue here, and I'll show you what that is. So in 3D, right, you don't want something called n-gons, which is basically, we got more than 4 sides here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 here. Triangles are okay. We can have triangles, but we don't want this n-gon. So you might be wondering how do we solve for that? How do we get rid of this n-gon here? And there's a few different ways you can do it. What I can do Alt. Is it Alt C? Probably Alt C. Control C, not Alt C. If I do Alt C, I get something called a cut tool. With the cut tool, and what the cut tool does, when you hover, I'll show you I'll zoom in so you can see it, but you can see it looks like this, but then when I hover over something, it turns into a plus. So it looks like a box, and then here it comes to a plus. So what you can do is you can click there, and you can add a cut, and you can figure out how you're going to basically turn this into a quad instead of an n-gon. So there's a few different options here. I could just run it here if I want, right? I could just run it here and be done with it. So if I run it, if I do that, so I just clicked and I clicked, and then this is left clicking, by the way. And then when I want to stop cutting, I'm going to right click to stop cutting. Right? I still got my cut tool though. Right? So this is one way you can do it. Okay? So this is 1, 2, 3, which is a triangle, and then right here we have a quad. So this is good. This can work. Another way you can do it, you can run it like this as a triangle, or you could just run it up, and then make it a triangle. I mean, or you could just run it all the way through if you wanted to, and use it as another way. I mean, you could just run it straight if you wanted it to. So there's all different ways you can handle it. I think for now, I'm going to do it like this. If I have issues, I could always get rid of it later. I think if I could probably run this down. Can't run it straight. I'll keep this as a triangle for now. Actually, we would need that, wouldn't we? Maybe I'll just put that in the middle there. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to figure out, like, this chainsaw is going to come out, and I'm going to push this back a little bit. So at the bottom here, right, you could see at the bottom here I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points again. So I'm going to use my cut tool again, Alt-C, and I'm going to run it. I might just run it like this since this is the bottom. And again, if I have issues with this, now I'm going to right click to end that. And if I have issues with this, I could always redo it or something. It's fine. All right, cool. So let's keep the ball rolling here. And now, if I click border, and I click this right here, I got a border here, a border selection. If I go here, I press R, I hold Shift, and I pull in. I drag and pull in. I can kind of pull in, where that chainsaw is going to come out from. And then I press W, and then I can kind of, I'll press F3 so I can kind of see what I'm doing a little better. And maybe I'll kind of push it down like that, maybe. Let me just see how it looks. Let me see something. And I wonder what we got going on here. I wonder if I even delete these, if I even need these right now. So this black part that you see here is the inside of your geometry, and this is I think it's called the normal face. But yeah, this part, you want to make sure that it's not like that. Like, there should be no black parts outside that's visible. You want this to be visible, okay? But your mesh does have two sides to it. It has that black side and it has this side. So it's just important to be mindful of that. Alright, cool. So let me work on this. I think What we could probably do is push this back farther. So we go back to border. See, the problem is I don't want to move all this back. You see how it's selecting everything? So what I could do is I could do this instead. I could control click. I can double click while I'm control clicking. It's going to select this whole loop here. All right. I think I'm going to deselect this by control clicking again, or is it control alt? Control alt click to deselect. Control alt click to deselect. And hold shift. And I'm going to pull this back. Something like that, right? It's going to go back. So the user, so whoever sees it can't really see it, right? This is supposed to just be, you know, where the chainsaw comes out of. Nobody's really going to see back here. So that's why we want to kind of pull it back like that. All right, so we'll keep it like that. And now what we can do, oops, I did something different in that. I wonder if I do Control Y. All right, do Control Y to go to redo what I did from before, which is good. That's what I want. And then what I can do now is I can do inset. I think I could just do an inset, but no. It's the R. Hold Shift. Pull this in. All right. All right. So I'm going to do a bridge. So what I'm going to do is I'll click bridge, and I'll bridge pieces together. I'll click here. I'll click this edge, and click this edge is going to bridge it. I'll click this edge. I'll click this edge. It's going to bridge it. All right. Click this edge. Click this to this edge. It's going to bridge it. So yeah, this is bridging. Click to the click. Oops. So probably be something like that, but that last one I'm going to take away. We got to kind of fix that other piece there. And click bridge. It's so weird. It don't let me. I don't know why it's not letting me bridge this. Oh, it's because it's a triangle, probably. So I just did like a collapse. And then we could do is it could just do a cap, I guess, for now. Where is the cap? Oh, here it is. Ah, it's not capping it. There it goes. Not a deal. And then we can just do we could probably do a swift loop going all the way around. But let me just see here. Probably do a swift loop inwards too. That's fine. I'm going to leave it like that for now. And let me just see how this looks. If you look at the geometry, you can see how it looks inside too, by the way. See that? I think what we're going to do is we're going to add a thing in here. So we're going to delete. I'm going to show you what we're going to do. We're going to do a cut tool. We're going to delete and make it go back. So I'm going to go Alt C. Actually, let's make sure we're on vertices. We're going to do Alt C. We're going to pull this back here. I think I want my cut to start like basically be like right there. All right. Oops. And now we just we're going to delete it out. And now what we do is we basically kind of bridge it together. Keep that mark open. And we'll bridge it together. So I'll show you. if you click a vertex and you click Z, you can zoom in on that area. So first, in order to bridge these together, the geometry has to be similar. As you can see right now, I have one poly, which is like 4 sides, right? But down here, I have 2 polys that are 4 sides. Or actually, it's a triangle. So what I need to do is I need to split this. Okay. So the easiest way to split this would be to go to 2, click an edge, hold Control, and then click another edge, and then click the connect button. All right, to make a connection here. That'll get us to start off with. All right, and then we can now we'd be able to connect these together. But also we have 5 sides again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. So we need to terminate this point somewhere. So we can do a few things. We can either run this all the way up, or we can just terminate it here. I'll probably just run it up. Okay. All right, next what I'm going to do is I'm going to press 2, and I'm going to click these 2 edges. I'm going to hold Shift, and I'm going to pull down. And I think go to R, and then we can probably pull them out a little bit too. And this will match it a little better. We'll press Z to zoom. It's called Zoom Extents, and that'll help you get in there tight. Now we can see this better, and we can go boop boop. See that? Bridge that, and then bridge that. All right, now these pieces are together. And now we want to kind of do the same thing for these other pieces, because you see we got these holes. We don't want no holes. We got to cover up the holes basically. So I could do this first, but actually it looks like we're missing something here, doesn't it? You can see here we have 1, 2, 3, we have 4 sides. So there's another way you can handle this. Click this border and click cap. This will close it. Do the same on the other side and click this border, click cap. And that will close that geometry there. Oops. If you get something weird like that, click Z. And then zoom back in on that piece there. So this is 4 sides, this is 4 sides. Cap. Highlight in border mode, click and cap. Alright, cool. So we've been working on this all this time, and we've actually been working on both sides, but what we can do is we can make it symmetrical. So first what I'm going to do is I'm just going to save this out, and I'll just call this chainsaw. So let me show you what we can do here. We can click polygon. Oops. Sorry, click polygon. Press Alt W too to get out of this mode. and go into a mode like this mode here. What we need to do is we need to delete half of this. Alright, so I'll just click delete. Alright, and then I'll go to border. I'll click here, and I think you gotta hold down shift if I'm not mistaken. Yep, so if you hold down shift while you have this, hold down shift, and you kind of move this, it should planar, it should make it nice and, what is the word I'm looking for? Planered out, or whatever it is. I think it's good. Not sure. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to add symmetry modifier. So to do that, we just click this modifier list and click S on our keyboard, and then we just look for symmetry modifier. You might have to click S more than once. I think symmetry's down here. Here it is, symmetry. Alright, so now we have a symmetry modifier. Oops. And then what we do is we just figure out the mirror, which I think is Y. I think Y, yeah. So Y will give us the symmetry for this piece. Now we only have to work on one side, and it'll change it on the other side. So what we can do now is we can do show end result. We could actually hide the turbo smooth, I believe. Yeah, now I can see this. Alright, so right here you see there's like a cage. See, now it's doing it on both sides when I make changes, which is what we want. Next thing I'm going to do is this part here. I don't know if maybe if I should hollow it out. I'm trying to think. We'll do that. We'll do that step last, I think. Let's work on adding a little bit more geometry. Make sure you're in the right mode. So now you can see if I add an edge, it's going to add it on the other side. And because this is a triangle, if you add an edge here, it becomes a quad. 1, 2, 3, 4 points. And if this doesn't look exactly the way you want it, that's fine. We could always change it. If you hold down shift, it's gonna kind of pull it out. If I don't hold down shift and I just click, it's gonna keep it like that. But if I hold down shift, it's gonna kind of pull it out. You see that? So that might be like, you know, what you want. If you have areas that are giving you problems, it might be better to do it with the cut tool. Ultimately, you know, I'm going to make sure we have nice clean mesh that we're able to work with. All right, so this is kind of how we kind of have this right now. We could work on the chainsaw that would go in here. So what we do is we would just click this pen button and we would add a new tool. I think a spear, not a spear, a box rather. I think a box would be good to do. You can isolate pieces, by the way. If you click isolate selection, now you're only looking at the box in isolation mode, which is Alt Q. I'm just going to save my work so far. If you click this plus button, it saves in iteration. So I already saved this once. So if I click plus, I'm going to get another version like a 001, a 002. If I keep clicking the plus button. I'm just going to convert this to editable poly. And now we're working on the chainsaw. And click M and change out of that pink material. We could do the same white material here, or we can just click here and we could drag and drop, and then we could say, hey, you know what? I want a new material, something that's, you know, very shiny. You get a preview of the shininess, how the light's hitting the surface. So maybe something like that. And then go to diffuse, and then you can choose a color. I think I'll choose like a blue color. It don't really matter too much. Click X, you can close that out. Alright, so this, we'll get our edges here. So I'm just looking at my edges. So I want one thing. Let me see if I do it. If he's in the middle here. Okay. I wonder if we did connect. I keep doing that. It's a chamfer. I don't know why I always keep saying connect. So I just made a chamfer. Control, 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 click. Alright, so I have the selection here, and could just pull it out. Hold shift and pull out. Now I just made a I held shift and I pulled out while using this by using the scale thing. And then what it does is it actually takes the that same geometry and it makes a duplicate of it and it adds it as its own geometry, basically, if that makes sense. In other words, I now have two pieces of geometry here. I have this is one piece, and I can do, you know, vertex and polygon and everything on it. And then this is another piece where I can do the same, you know, vertex, polygon. So that's how you make two meshes. Not even sure if we would call it meshes or not. All right, let's see here. I'm going to actually just delete that piece for now. Oops. So the piece that I made is actually treating it as one whole piece. So what I can do is, you see element? That's why, because I made it its own element. So I can just select the element and delete it. Now I have this. Now I can continue onwards. And we're going to do a connect. Drag over there and do another connect. And I'm doing it in this view. I shouldn't do it in this view, but you know what? It's fine. This part of the this will be the part of the chainsaw that goes inwards. So nobody's gonna see that. What? My selection is kind of weird now. Put it back to a square. So this part pretty much be flat. Is there no lines there? It's too stretched out. I can't even talk. Too stretched out. Also, this color's killing me, so I'm going to change it because I can't even see what I'm working on. So I'm just going to put it to this for now. Okay. I'm going to do Alt-C, and I'm going to connect this to this. I'm going to do it again. Oops, I don't know why it's doing that. There it goes. Maybe the chainsaw will be out to here. Now we got to add in some a connect. So what I'll do is I'll just click this connect with the settings and put how many connects I want. I think at this stage we can just put 2. Click that to come out, and then this is what we have. And again, if we had a turbo smooth, we'll be able to see how it looks when it smooths out. Okay, so it'd be something like that. Then we have to make the tread, which should be in the middle here. Excuse me. Have you Control Shift click? I don't know why it's not doing it. Oops. Now something like this, right? You see how it's hard for me to select this? You press Alt W and it'll probably be easier to do it in a view like this. You just gotta make sure that you select the right ones. I don't know what it's doing. It's like it's locked up or something. Huh. Now let me deselect. Probably glitching up. Hmm. Oh, you see this? I'm locked. That's why. My selection was locked. So that just means right here, if you click this button, it locks you, or if you click spacebar, you see now I can select everything. Now I'm going to kind of do the reverse. So I'm going to Control Alt. I'm going to deselect what I don't want to select. So this is a faster way to do a selection because there's no interruptions. Let me just see here. Alright, cool. So I just wanted that middle part. That's why I was doing that. And go back into this view real quick. Let's see here. Now you can kind of pull in. Oops. Oops. I don't know why it's not letting me do the double click. Really what I need is this. I press Z to do the zoom extents. It's called zoom extents. Yeah, this is what I want. Something like that. And now can work on the actual piece inside. That would be the blade. So this is what we got right now. Then in the middle we'll add that blade. Make it sharp. I'm going to hold shift and I'm going to pull it out. I'm choosing clone the object this time. Then we do something like this, and then we can isolate that maybe. Alright, so isolate that. And this is just like, it's just an edge, like it needs some kind of thickness. So we're going to do a shell. I think if we do shell modifier, we can get some thickness. There we go. But we don't need too much thickness. Now we just make the blades. Let me see. Huh. Oh, you know what? This is a selectable mesh. We gotta make it an editable poly. So basically, like what just happened was that it was an editable poly, but our editable mesh, but it needed to be an editable poly in order for us to get the connect. Because I was trying to get this connect option, and it wasn't giving it to me. So now we just go around and select every other one, kind of like pull them down. I might do it. Let me see how this looks. I think I could just do all of these, but maybe not. Maybe I have to use like a zoom. Oops. Some of these selections are a little tough to make. What I did, extrude. That was the extrude last time. Well, I wonder why it's not. Oh, that's weird. It's doing it like on the bottom or something. so weird that it's not taking these up. I don't know why the other piece ain't. I don't know why this portion here is acting up. Let me just see how it looks. I seem to lost my blade. Work on it later. I'm gonna snap this. We gotta turn on angle snap for this, so that's snap tile, angle snap. This would be something like this for the top portion. And maybe we'll do the other and ZBrush. I don't know. Let me just save this. Do save copy. Let me see. I just held shift and pulled it down. Okay. Something like that. That's 2 o'clock. I'm gonna cut out. Before I do, I just want to show you what we can do here. So we can do File, Export. I think you can do each of them separate. I don't remember, but do File, Export, and go back to our, make sure I save it out as obj. Right there, obj. We'll just call this top. Export. Then we'll do file, export. Alright, so that's how you export something out. You just highlight it. And then what you do now is you can do, so I usually duplicate this, and you could choose import under tool, and you could see we have our pieces here. So I could choose top, hit OK, and the scale is a little bit big here. I think it exported all the pieces. And then what we could do is a split. First we need to figure out where this is in space, because we was in 3ds Max. So what you can see is how huge it is compared to this one. We rotate it 90 degrees, and then we could just scale it down. Kind of bring it down and get this into place. Something like that. And then we can go ahead and we can do a split, but we can't do a split yet. We have to, I think they're both the same subtool. Let me see. Oh, we can do a split. You see that? So we can just do control. We can do control shift click, and then we can do split, and we'll do split hidden. Now they're on their own layers away from each other. We can get rid of this piece here. It's kind of like a placeholder piece, you know. But this piece looks a lot more official, right? So for this piece, oops. For this piece, we can figure out how this would be, but I'm not sure. Might do it in might just do it in Keyshot after. Yeah, this has a little shine to it. So we'll do mRGB, and then we will do fill object. And hold on 1 second. It does that when you don't press when you don't press anything. Alright. What was the red? I don't remember what things we choose here. Let me see if I can grab this material. Where is the eyedropper for this? It wasn't copy material. It was. Oops. I don't want to open it up. There's a way to copy the material, but I don't remember how to do it, and it drives me nuts. So I'm not gonna worry about it right now. Oh crap. What happened to my mesh here? I did that on accident, looks like. Okay. And again, I don't know if this, it feels like it's too shiny, but I think I just need something with some shine to it. Maybe this might be good. This was our old placeholder. Oh, so all this lives in this. Okay. Oh man, you know, I wanted to do it here, didn't I? Fill object. What we can start doing now is we can use the pinch brush to kind of get these creases a little better if we wanted to. We don't necessarily have to use like the Z modeler. We could literally just do pinches and stuff. So if we want, we can just use pinch and H polish. We want to get that edge. But you can see that it kind of pulled the other piece there too, right? So probably do something like that. And then hit B and use H, and we can go H polish. It didn't even do the other side. If it doesn't do the other side, you can do mirror and weld. If you go to geometry and you go to modify topology, you click mirror and weld. Make sure you don't have subdivision levels. Hit delete lower and mirror and weld. So that what it just did, it just did the same thing on the opposite side. And then we just I press X to turn on the symmetry. And now we can start kind of working on that piece a little bit. Yeah, so when you do Hardsurface, you could just use the H polish. You don't have to use the Z modeler. After you do a little something in the other program, or after you don't have to use the Z model in this program. In other words, I mean. You could do something like this if you wanted to. Oops. And if things start to get a little bit out of whack, you can go to your move brush and you can start manually kind of pulling these just to straighten them out. To get that kind of curve or whatever you want. I might bulge this out at the end, or I might bulge this piece out and then have it go flat here. Maybe I'll bulge it out a little bit here. Problem with the bottom piece is it has this slit in it, but only the top's supposed to have that, so might have to yeah, might have to redo that piece. That's cool. I didn't do that piece yet anyway, so not the end of the world. I want to add a little bit of an arch to this. And basically it's going to be something like, you know, like that, but I didn't do it yet. I'm gonna work on some other piece. What time is it? Like 2 o'clock. Let's see here. Yeah, I think what I wanted to do was I wanted to maybe shave this down. So this may or may not work. Might fight me. Let me see. Use the move brush first. these up top. Looks a little cleaner on that. I'm just trying some things. There's a lot of different brushes. This brush is called Trim Dynamic. Let me subdivide again and see something. We also have polish brushes. Which do what what they say, which is polish it out. I wonder if this would. Oh, we got a little bump there. Go back over it again with that pinch. Try to get my line back. trying to use the layer brush to see if I can get this look a little better. Oops. So that was the layer brush. Now I'm going to use the damn standard brush and see if I can. Gonna need the pinch brush to fix this. Oops. A little bit of a mess here, so I'm trying to fix these areas up. Trying to add some something, you know, to give it some variation and stuff. So it's just not the same. So it just doesn't look the same, you know. I might put pieces on top of it maybe or something. I don't know yet. I think this is too sharp. Let me see. No. All these ideas, like, and stuff that I'm doing too, I can add in. My mesh is not the best. There's not enough geometry to do that. Probably go inwards too. No, just too subdivide it. Never know how things are going to look unless you experiment, you know. Even though this kind of looks a mess, I could always redo it too. I'm just experimenting, really. This isn't going to be the final. I might redo this piece too. I could actually just take it back too. Like I could just, if I'm not happy with how it looked. Go back in history to when it looked good before I messed it up. I think we had something like that before. Yeah, I have to experiment. Figure out this piece. Cool, we'll continue. We shall continue. For this piece, I'm gonna do like a radial symmetry on this, going in the Y direction, or a Z, maybe Z. Maybe it's just this one. I think it is this direction. But it's not gonna, that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly. That's why I need that other mesh, so then I can have it come through. But I'm gonna get it. Let's get out of the mesh there, and then we can put the spikes on it. I'll figure out how to do the spikes. Because this is gonna pull. You see, it pulls it from the outside, but we need to really pull from the inside. kind of got that all centered, so I just undo it. Why did it do that? Oh. Controls. Trying to figure out like which one's wrong. And it looks like this is wrong. Let me see that. Alright guys, I'm out. Have a good night. Try to continue tomorrow.